Hello. Sorry I'm late. Okay, so, you know how yesterday I was talking about sorry, okay. You know, I was talking yesterday about, not finding the calendar link because it was actually, wait, let me turn off the music now while I'm talking and then I'll put it back on when I start the crafting stuff. Um, I said that I had the calendar link wasn't valid anymore and I thought I'd missed my chance because I couldn't sign in anymore and I didn't know if I was going to be able to make a consultation to get my stuff sold. Well, they have a pop-up shop every other Sunday. So in general, they're an appointment only consignment store. So you can come by appointment to go look at the things. Or every other Sunday, it's open from like 11 to 4. Um, and that's when you can sell your things, and that's where your things can get sold as well. So, since the pop-up shop is today, it's the first time that they're doing it. Before they've had soft openings and things, but this is the first pop-up on their schedule. So I went to it and was like, "Hey, I missed the link. What's good?" And they were like, "Oh yeah, no, totally. It's just because the Calendly is terrible. Um, what's your brand? What's your name?" And then they made an appointment, and now I've got an appointment to have my things sold, and I'm actually glad that I went because I would have brought completely different things than what they were kind of looking for, because it turns out there are a lot of people that make jewelry in this area, and one of the owners of the place makes jewelry themselves. So like, it's a little bit saturated with jewelry. I could bring my beaded bracelets because it doesn't seem like they have a lot of bracelets. There's a lot of like earrings and things, but not bracelets. Um, and necklaces, but I didn't see any bracelets. But otherwise, they were suggesting that I don't bring things unless I really, really love them, and then have the rest of my things be home goods because they seem to be lacking in that department. Not a lot of trays or dishes or like home decorative things. So I'm just gonna load it up with more flats and what's it called? Flats and trays and dishes because that's what they're looking for. Or rather that's what will be able to diversify the shop a little bit better. Um, but I still want to be able to have my name on things, so I've been trying to figure out how to make it happen. Uh, so that's kind of what the last like 3 hours have been. Um, I've been looking to see if I can make a sticker that I can put on earring backs that has my name. And I was testing a bunch of fonts because the fonts that I like to use are too thin and not really conducive to being a sticker. Um, some of these weren't even really good at being a sticker, but yeah, some were better than others, but I think there's one that's a standout amongst them all, so that's cool. Um, yeah, that's cool. But otherwise, yeah, I think I'm gonna work with that one and see how that goes. But that's for a later activity because it was a lot of troubleshooting because oh bruh, my desktop says it does Bluetooth, and I was like, cool. Let's make it happen. The signal is so weak that it only connects if it's right next to the the I don't even know what to call them. the little prongs, the little coax things that where the network card is. Um, I don't have a radio or antenna or anything to amplify the signal, which I didn't know I didn't have. Um, so it really has to be right behind it, like right next to it for it to be connected. But you know, you learn, and then your partner says, "Oh yeah, that I was supposed to give you that when I gave you the computer. I thought it was in the box. My bad." So, um, I got it on the way. It just until then I have to put things right behind the right behind the oh, what's that called? The tower? Yeah, the tower. I have to put it right next to the tower. Uh for anything to work. But I'm gonna play the music and start the camera up so that I can do some craft things because I'm gonna make a couple um gonna make a couple trays because right they said they wanted more home good things and I don't have that many bigger trays. I have a lot more smaller dishes. So I'm gonna do a little bit of that. It's especially since I didn't have space for it to do them yesterday. Yeah, Bluetooth is false advertising. It really can't do much of anything unless it's right next to it, which doesn't seem to be beneficial in terms of Bluetoothy. But yeah, so getting a radio to amplify the signal will definitely help so that I don't have to put. Because I was trying to connect, I have a Bluetooth speaker that I use when I'm skating. Um, and I thought, well, I don't have any real speakers for my desktop. Maybe I can just connect the speaker and have that instead of wearing headphones when I'm playing a game. Because unless it's like a game that relies on surround sound and understanding like footsteps or whatever, I'd rather just have the headphones off my ears. Um, but yeah. I found out that unless the speaker is behind my desktop tower, it doesn't connect, which kind of defeats the purpose. So I've got to wait on that one. Um, until then, please enjoy these groovy tunes, and I'll get the camera set up in like 2 seconds. And by 2 seconds, I mean like more like 2 minutes at least. But it's gonna, if I work well, it won't be too long. You'll probably see, oh, you're gonna see me calibrating the camera. That's just how it's gotta be. You're gonna see it happen in real time. Boop, boop, boop. Boop 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 because I forgot to do this before starting streaming. I'm not gonna stop the stream just to set it up to do it. So it just doesn't make sense. So yeah. Is the music loud? It's loud on my computer, but you know, that's a choice I made. No complaints? Okay, cool. What are we working with? Oh, that's not too far off, actually. Yeah, I like mellow vibes. I prefer them truly. I have never really been one to enjoy like electronica or EDM or really high tempo, heavy bass, like no break. There are times when I've been in concerts and felt the bass and was like, my heart is uncomfortable with this. I just think that sometimes my whole life I've never been really good with like loud sounds. Uh, my parents would always tell me that I'd cover my ears when fireworks were going off. So, um, let's see. Boop. What did that do? Oh, that made that worse. Okay. Boop. Yeah. So I prefer things that don't rock my body that way. Why does it look so angled? I just had it and it couldn't possibly. Oh, you know why? Because it's not as. I need to. Okay, I thought there was a spider in my apartment because I felt something tickling my leg and I thought it was a web. It's not a web, but I've just had some scary experiences with spiders and webs like that. One time I was in a car with my sister and I kept feeling webs on my shoulders and being like, "Oh, what's happening? What's happening? I don't see a spider anywhere." And then my sister sees it and it's it's next to my shoulder. It's next to my shoulder. I had no idea. And so she immediately swats it with her elbow. And now her coat has a little spider stain on it, which is unfortunate. Why does this look so crooked? I do not like this. How did you get so what am I doing differently today that I didn't do yesterday? I'm gonna put this down. Boop. Then do this. Boop. Is what? Yes? Maybe? This is insane. Okay. I don't. Yeah. This is. I thought it was gonna be 2 minutes, but I should have known the minute I said that it wasn't gonna be 2 minutes. I should have known immediately. I know there was a disclaimer. And now you can see me struggle through this, like, really. And it's honestly just like nitpicky things. It's really just me being nitpicky and trying to be like, this doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. This doesn't look right. But really, right is however I decide it looks, and it doesn't have to be any real way. It just has to, I try to make it so that you don't see all the table. Yeah, yeah, I know. It's really just, how sometimes you just get real, like, detail oriented and want it to just be a very specific way. It doesn't always have to be with something like this, but maybe it's your breakfast. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe it's a way that you get ready in the morning or in that night, and you just have a specific ritual you do, and then you're like, if it's not specifically like this, then is it really what is it? Does it really get it done? Maybe people don't feel that way. Maybe I have a little bit of control things and fixations. I know these things. I say maybe like it's not something that my therapist has talked to me about. Did you know that like hoarding is also an obsessive, like a compulsion type thing? I didn't think about that, but it is. Um, I've never really thought about it that way until she said something. She gave me this like OCD checklist to be like, how many things are on this list that you do? And I was like, oh, wee buddy, hoarding? Hoarding? See, I like to think of it as strategic acquisition. Because at the end of the day, I usually have enough space for my things. And if I don't, I make space by reorganizing my things. I'm very good at organizing, you know? So yeah, that's how I feel about that. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm in the room, I don't see the chat. I forgot to I have to open the laptop. I'm working on it. I promise. I already did it. Ta-da, I did it. Yeah. But okay. This is what's happening today. I'm gonna put a chain on this bad boy so that it can hang somewhere. I'm gonna put resin on this so that I can finish this tray. I'm gonna put maybe put just jump rings on this so that they can be put on necklaces. I don't know how I want it. I don't really have good cord or anything for necklaces, to be honest. I think I want to make these keychains. So I'm gonna put a little blah, blah, blah thing. That's what all those hand movements meant. You know what I mean when I do all of that, right? It's just like a split ring. It looks like a jump ring, except it's not, because it goes like the ends go beyond each other. So you have to split it open to put the that's a split ring. I need to get one of those for these guys. And then I think I actually have larger like carabiner type things so that they can clip onto something. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting if I knew sign language. I would wonder how it would impact how I already use my hands to communicate. Is this plastic gonna come off of here? So I probably should have just wiped these off yesterday. Yes, okay, cool. They will just come off. But I didn't because I was like, this plastic isn't gonna stick to the resin. It's gonna be a little hard to peel off, which it was. But at first removal attempt, I was afraid it might not actually remove, but it did. Oh yeah, and then I put latex on the back of this so that I could pour clear resin on the top of it and cover the paint, because I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, to be honest. I just like it. I bought the mold just because the person was they were stopping selling foils, and I was like, oh man, they're not selling foils after today, let me look at their foils. So I bought some and then saw this mold and was like, I need it. So I got it and I poured something and it's sparkly, and I don't completely like the color choices, but I'm okay with them because they look good together. And I don't know why I pulled this over here. My neighbors trimmed some hedges, I guess, and I dropped a bunch of this outside of their yard. And I was like, ooh, maybe I can use this in resin, but it's getting kind of dry and old and making a lot of mess in my apartment. So maybe I can use this somehow. I don't know yet. How though? Not at all. Not at all. This is just here from yesterday because I don't clean things up. See, it's already making a mess on my table. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I don't know about that. I'm not gonna smoke these greens. That just seems unwise on so many levels. Who knows what they put on their yard, you know? Who knows? And also, it's like a hedge. What are the beneficial properties of smoking this? If you could tell me them, maybe, but I don't think there are. There are plenty of things that have medicinal properties and all them jabs, but they're better in teas anyway. And this, I would not make a tea of this. I would not make a tea of this. I don't know where I'm gonna use this, but I want to use it. Is that a bug? How has a bug been chilling in here this whole time? Oh no, it's not. It's just something that's dangling from it. Whew. Nope, that's a bug. How have you been in my... Okay, so this has been in my apartment for at least 3 weeks. And there's a little bug. I thought that I had left it and would have seen anything by now. And, okay, and just like that, it's going outside. That's how that goes. Meow. Wow. Woo. Woo. Wow. Whoa. Okay. Bug was vibing for who knows how long, cause that's been sitting there for weeks, at least 2 weeks, at least 2 weeks. I don't know when that bug got there. Oh, okay. This is how the tray came out that I made yesterday. I have to put paint on the lines and everything, and I have to wait for it to fully cure before I can do that. But this is the back, which is also trippy as hell. It's got these weird, like, pockets because of, like, excess pigment rising and creating new, just, bubbles. So, this is probably my favorite one right now. It looks the coolest to me. It's just dope. That's what I'm saying, like, the bug, that's why I was like, how are you here? But it has to be from that green, because it isn't like a fruit fly or anything like that. It looked like it lived in those, because it was actually, it had texture on its body so that it camouflaged and looked exactly like the bark. It was wild. Wild. Okay. Yeah, not too much resin today. Just these two things, honestly. This is all just... What's this? Because... Was that yesterday? Wait, how much time has passed? Yeah, okay, yeah, no. I'm sitting here thinking, wait, they're already on the table and they have a little label that says 1 day old. I put that there this morning. I just forgot because it was so long ago this morning. Yup. Okay. Let's see, what kind of... Okay, so I have a lot of different flats and trays that I could pour right now that I don't know. Let's do one of these because I haven't in a while. Okay, so I have this mold that I've never actually poured from because I just this is starting to become a large stack. I'm gonna have to weed this down. I'm just pulling out a lot of different things. Yeah, that's a very questionable tower. That will not last very long. Okay, so I'm gonna separate them into flats and trays first. So that's 1, 2, 3 different trays, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different flats. I might do another milkshake because I love the milkshake tray. And maybe I'll make a smaller one of... I already made one of these. I'll just finish that one. I want to make another moon, so I think I'm gonna do so. I already made a succubus recently, so I won't do that. I haven't made a moon in a while, so maybe I'll do that one. This is the mold that I've never poured from. It says pumpkin spice and equal rights. Which, like, honestly is hilarious and I love, but I don't know if I could, I don't know what colors I'd put in it. I don't know if is it a hanging piece? Like, how does, it's a very interesting size, I guess. So, I'm gonna move the mic a little bit because I'm standing. I've never poured in it because as much as I love it for being exactly me, because I love all things pumpkin spice, like, it's, I like to think that I'm not basic, but when it comes to pumpkin spice, everything, I want it, except for pumpkin spice mac and cheese. That was insane. Kraft fucked up with that one. And equal rights, like, come on, obviously. The way it looks, pumpkin spice and equal rights, it almost feels like a little bit of a chant, like you're putting a little bit of a sugar spice and everything nice type shit. It's oh, I hope you're saying ew to just the mac and cheese and not the idea of pumpkin spice, because truly, pumpkin spice, anything pumpkin is my love. It really, it's understandable, you know, pumpkins only grow in one type of the year. And they take a long time to grow to get large and all that jib jabs, but oh my gosh, I love pumpkins. I love pumpkin everything. I just have never, you know what, I'm gonna make it because I haven't before. That's how that's gonna go today. I'm not gonna make any of these. Milkshake. Milkshake? I just made one yesterday. Maybe not. I changed my mind. I want to make another reversible tray. I haven't poured out of this mold in, like, ever. This one says pain and joy, our eternal tides, love is the shore that remains. Which is paraphrased from a friend who said something like this when they were talking about some heavy feelings, because feelings are hard. So this is the Mushroom Man, so where's the Mushroom Fairy? Okay. I haven't made this one in a while either, and I've only poured it once. So either this is going to be... This actually can't exist. I don't have enough resin for this type of pour, nor do I have the space for all these large molds. So we're going to have to reevaluate. Because there's at least got to be space for this to dome. And this to sit. And then... Do we do this Mushroom Fairy? This tray will take a long time. I do want to do another one though, so I'll start it. The moon will be a pain in the ass because it's going to take up a lot of space in a very weird way. There's not really space for all of these things. How upsetting. Okay. Well, these don't really need space on the table. They're just here because I'm going to work with them. Boop, boop, boop. Let me put this over here because it fits. That's nice. That's nice. No, the moon's not gonna fit either. This is... So there's a little bit of space here, but not for anything that I want to make that is in this tower of things that I just pulled out of here. None of them are really... I didn't need to cackle like that, but I felt it in my heart, so here we are. Okay. Boop. Nope. To cackle is therapy. Oh man, if only. Man, if I could like actually heal from all of the trauma and things that I've experienced in my life and just forget about my anxieties and just cackle. Man, if only. Hoo-wee. I made these yesterday. I don't want to do these things. They're just out here because I poured them yesterday. I didn't do this though. I wanted to make more clouds. I bought this mold and then recast it to make a second one so I could make a pair of cloud earrings as opposed to only having one. And I didn't think that I would want to do that when I initially bought the mold, or else I would have bought two. I was also trying to figure out how to mold things and learning that, so I appreciated this experience. Half of these are just bust. This isn't even something. It was supposed to look like that. This one lost the little, see how this one has a spoke in the middle? It was supposed to be a bead. The minute I pulled the model out, it tore that with it. So yeah. I've made things with those, but I don't really like the way they look, so this is actually a chopstick holder. The issue is that I can't really make food safe pieces because I don't have food safe resin and I'm not using food safe molds. Now, chopsticks aren't necessarily food, but they are in contact with food. And that means that they go near your mouth, so having this on resin is probably not the move. Having them on resin is not the move, so I haven't really done anything with that. But it could be a rest for other things, like maybe paintbrushes, I don't know. So maybe I'll pour something into that too. I have no idea. But let's start with this because it will take 0 space on the table and I can just move them out of the way when it's done. I need to add things to these. I can't find the thing I was looking for. I found my earring hooks because they were easy to find. I had just been using them. But I don't know where. I have a container that looks like this that has split rings in it. And I don't know where I put it. I know that I took it with me when I went to visit my family for Christmas. But I don't remember where I put it since then. Maybe I put it in a different place. Maybe I think it's in the container that I think it's in, and it's actually in a different container. I don't know. That thing is lost for now. Wow. I can't Hulk open this jump ring? Golly, you're trying to tell me I need pliers? Nah, I got it. Can I Hulk it closed though? I don't know. No, I don't think so. I say Hulk like I'm putting a lot of power into this. If I put a lot of power into it, it'd probably break, so. Nope. Excuse me, can I have it? Nope. Bruh. I think I was getting picked up today. I just didn't notice / didn't really care. A lot of people will try and start conversations with me about my tattoos. He was asking some real simple questions, which either meant he knew nothing about tattoos or just wanted to ask a question to have my time. I answered it because I was in a good mood. I've just come from the studio and told them and asked, gotten my consultation after thinking I had missed my chance. Then they're like, I bet you got them all from the same artist. Or I always ask this question, did you get them from all the same artist? I'm like, no. But then then I'm about to get on my bus and they're like, oh, does this get me to where I'm going? And I'm like, I don't know. Aren't I what? Yikes. Aren't I what? Friendly? I don't know. I apologize because I forget what I say like half of the time. Oh, I mean, sure. Yeah. But I live in a place where people don't just chat. People don't just chat. They really don't. Whoop. One time, I was skating and I was exhausted by the time I had gotten to the place that I was because I'd realized, I'm trying to skate back home when I really don't have the energy for it. Let me take the bus. And aren't I strong enough to open these? Yes, I am. I'm not. It's not really a matter of strength so much as grip, as well as not wanting to injure my fingers. Okay, so if I did that one this way, I need to do this one this way. So that they face outwards. I don't know what song this is, but you know that it's got some words. And they mean them deeply. I just always do the instrumental version of the song because I don't really care to hear the lyrics. So yeah, that's how that goes. The waffles are done. These are gonna be necklaces, so unless I put them on cord, which I don't really have any, or chain, which I don't really have any, they're just gonna sit like this for a little bit. And I don't have anything to make these keychains, so that's these done. Now I have to add chain to these. bloop, 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 bloop. Chain. Oh man, like I was saying, I was tired skating one time and I was trying to get to the bus stop, and then I decided I wasn't going to stop at that bus stop because there were too many people there. And as I was approaching, they were already talking about me and saying that, oh, she looks like she already has an attitude. And I'm like, oh, I guess, because I'm tired. Like, I live my life, and yes, I have an attitude. Because I'm tired. And one of them said something like, oh, she looks like she knows how to ride. Or like, no, not she looks like she knows how to ride. Oh, she knows how to ride because I was skating, right? Which could potentially, surely, just be talking about my ability to skate. But I don't need that. I just... Why is this one not... Oh, okay. Like, if they wanted to have... And then they're like, oh, you have locks, why aren't you responding to us? I've heard that a lot, actually. Is there a common understanding that people with locks are just, open to conversation with everyone? Because... I get it in that it's not that I have any issue with you. It's more that I have no desire to talk. I just don't. I'm not a person that enjoys talking to strangers. I don't even really talking to my friends all the time. So when people on the street are like, hello, how are you doing, blah 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 blah, and then are mad because I don't have a lot of words for them because they expect more because I have locks, I get very confused. I didn't think there was an expectation / understanding that people with locks automatically talk to you. Bruh. It was real hard because it was definitely black men talking to me, and like, I'm sorry I'm not happy as you right now, but like, what if my face was really just from fucking exhaustion and not even an attitude? Or maybe it was because you caught me as I was thinking, ooh, there are a lot of people here, I don't know if I want to stay here. It was just... It hurts the most when black men have these expectations of what I should do for them. Because if anybody had asked the things of them that they're asking of me, they'd fight somebody. But if I fight somebody, it's a problem. I just couldn't... If someone was just minding their own business, walking down the street, skating down the street, you say, oh, they look like they know how to ride. They know how to ride. Like, what? There's so many ways to comment on someone's ability to skate. And also, like, I just don't like any of it. I just don't like any of it. And you know, it's tough because what? I'm just gonna not skate because I have boobs and they move? Like, I just... It gets hard. Life is hard. Life is hard when you have boobs. people perceive you in one way, and they have no business doing it. They really don't. Because it's like, there are people in their mind then that think, oh gosh, I did this and I shouldn't have because I'm disrespecting a lady. Like, first of all, not a lady. Never wanted to. Oh fuck, I just threw that jump ring across the room. After doing all that to find one that matched, I flung it across the room and it's lost now. But, it really is, like, the minute you get perceived as a woman, you get wrecked in some way because people think, oh gosh, I have to respect you because you're a lady. Respect me because I'm a person that lives in this world. And there shouldn't be differences in that because of gender or how you perceive someone's gender. It just doesn't make sense. My grandma's always wanted me to be a lady. And for a while I was really upset with that because I just didn't like being told that I couldn't burp or I couldn't curse because it wasn't ladylike. But then, you know, as I got older and I started really recognizing, like, thinking about gender and how I present and how I want to exist and perceive myself and have others perceive me, I was like, yeah, you know, when I think about it, I also just don't want to be a lady because as much as I have been socialized and ascribed to womanhood, if someone said I was a woman, I'd probably disagree. Oh, this jump ring is busted. I just want it to be flush with each other. Why are you not flush with each other? I should have brought the needle nose out. That's better. I don't know if this is, I mean, this is more like jewelry chain, but it's also, I don't know. Now I'm worried that it's not going to be strong. It should be strong enough to hold this because it's not a heavy piece, but I'm sitting here like, what if it isn't? No. This is really a two-plier job. This is really a two-plier job. One hand has one set of pliers, one hand has another set of pliers. I just didn't feel like pulling out all my pliers. Still got done. Pew 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 pew. And now it's ready to hang somewhere. Yeah. Oh. Didn't know if this was, you can surely have put it in the chat because at the end of the day, you're the only one that has access to the Discord. So if I make it accessible and someone else is like, yeah, where's the Discord? Then, like, I can just be like, Discord where? Who? Huh? Discord, where'd you hear that? I'm not gonna gaslight anybody. I'm just saying that there's only one person in this feed right now that knows about this Discord, so not to mention, I can't actually imagine what it would be. I think that for me to have a Discord, that would imply that I have better management and could do that on top of all of the other things for this that I'm doing and not doing. And I'm just not about to add another thing to that list. Discord is life. You know, I'm not that great with Discord. It's not that I have anything against it. It just is something that I don't know well and haven't wanted to learn, and so I just don't. Boop. Badoop badoop, setting up a Discord, yeah. Okay. And then opening back up the chit to chat and a bip to bap. Yep, that's it. Okay. Yep, did it. And that's all of that. So time to get on to, is that a hair? Where'd you come from? Visualize thumbs open emoji. Yeah, honestly. Because aren't you afraid of what they'll do to an emoji if you try it because of how they make the smiley face look? Like, I'm just trying to figure out where and who decided that was the move for the smiley face emoji. It's terrifying. Okay. Get these out of the way. How much resin am I gonna pour today? Ooh, golly. Ooh, golly. Actually, before I do any of the pouring, should I dust some of this? I'm not gonna dust these guys. I could put something in this to make the flowers look different than each other. I haven't done this one in a while, but I dusted it last time I did it. I put some glitter in her wings and did the mushrooms. Why did you bring it into the feed? Why? 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 Is it better because it has sunglasses on? Because I don't know about that one even. I don't know about that one. Because at the end of the day, I'm probably only gonna do one color for the line work for this. So anything else will have to be coming from the dust work. Or the resin color that I choose. Where are my mica? A coffee cup sleeve mold. A coffee cup sleeve mold. You mean when you say coffee cup sleeve, do you mean just like the... Are sleeves complete in that they have a bottom, or are they just things that cover the outside? Because I would think that one is a cozy and one is a sleeve, but that's also just me describing things differently. Silicone ring to not burn hands. Yeah, could I do that? What would I need for that? What would I need for that? So I have made molds before, so it's not like making molds is the issue. It's that I would need something that has that shape so I can pour silicone into it. Using the brain colored silicone? The brain, I mean, arguably there are no brain colors. Unless, because I don't think I've ever done something that looks like brains legitimately. In terms of colors. Oh yeah, that's super thin. That's probably not that helpful. Yeah, thicker. Or flat, and you curl it and bond two sides. That's also true. I guess I could do like a flat and then bond the two sides. I would think that it would be... I don't have any real idea of how I would seal the silicone to each other without extra silicone. Like it would just be silicone, the same silicone used to attach the two sides. Because it'll cure and attach to itself if you just let it. But honestly I think that just having it as a standing piece would be easier than trying to make it flat and curl it. Because it'd be hard to reproduce. But this could be the outside of the mold. But not really, like just by like being the outer bounds. And then, well, maybe not. This is too large. This is too large to be coffee cup. I'm not really... I'm not a coffee person. So I don't even have really coffee cups like the ones that come in stores or anything like that. I do have mugs, but that's not really the same. But yeah, no, I mean, thank you for the idea, because honestly, ideas are cool. I have them myself, but also a lot of them come from questions that other people have had. This came from an idea that my sister had. She was like, look, I really love your pieces, but all my stuff is falling. Ooh, that was a gross sound. Everything is always falling because I'm always trying to flip it to look at the other side. So I made a tray that you can use on both sides to flip and decide which side you want to see that day, and still be able to have a functional tray. So that was straight up an idea from my sister that became a reality. So questions make things happen. Honestly, I'm just following my ideas and seeing where they lead, and hoping that other people like them enough to do something with them. Yeah. There's probably, now that I think about it, there might even be coffee cup holder. What do they call them? Sleeves? Sleeves. Huh. So... it might... I don't know. Maybe it would be easier to have one that worked and then make some sort of plastic mold around that. And then use that plastic mold, pour silicone into that to make it again. Because in terms of trying to get this custom made, it would be a lot of layers, but a lot of thin layers, and they'd also have to be like giving some sort of slant to them that I don't really know is easy to do with acrylic. So probably, yeah, I would say that if this was a possibility, it would mean looking for a sleeve that works, finding some plastic that I can pour, which, I mean, I guess I could use resin as the mold, as the what's it called, but it'd be expensive and I'd need a lot of it anyway, so I'd rather not. Probably use a cheaper type of plastic, or maybe not even plastic. Maybe not even plastic. Make a silicone mold from blah 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 from a silicone piece. Doop doop doo. Doop doop doo. Can you make a silicone mold of a silicone mold? Ooh, I could cut out the middleman of plastic altogether if I use a good enough release agent. If I use a good enough release agent, I should be able to just remove the piece from the mold. That's which honestly might be hard to do, but might not be. At the end of the day, it would leave me with a block of silicone that had been cured fully if I can't remove it. But if I can remove it, then I'll have a working mold already without having to do an extra step of plastic molds or anything like that. I don't know. This is an idea. I don't have the money / real idea of how to do it to make it happen at the moment. But it's a future thought for sure. It's a future thought for sure. Because I'm always looking for different things to make with silicone. I just like silicone. It's a cool material. It's durable. You can literally color it any way you want. It's just good stuff. Let me pull out the micas. Okay, yep. And then, I don't like that sound. Yeah, let's see. Is this leafy green enough for me? I guess. I don't really, no, not really. If I have to say I guess, that's a no, huh? That feels like settling. Ugh. Pull out the glitter and see what's up. Making big old noises. And this is surely not green enough, but it's a pretty blue. Now I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate it, and I don't think I really want to. Boop, 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 boop. Nope. Glow in the dark. Oh, wait. Because I want the moon to glow. Wow. I'm just showing you all my glitter, I guess. Look at all my glitter, guys. Hypnotic cause it's hippo, right? I got you, I got you. Hard he hard he hard. Hard he hard he hard hard hard. Hard 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 hard. It was also okay. I just want to say this in like the best way possible. I have high standards for the things that I make, and so I was worried that if I had like any sort of bubbles or imperfections in my pieces, they were like not worth selling. And then I went to the studio to see what was there, and I was like, oh man, people sell things with bubbles in them? I'm setting high standards for myself. Because I've seen it in like Instagram videos, I've seen people make videos of things with bubbles in them. But I never really thought they were being sold. I just thought they were being like, look, I made this thing, guys. I was wrong. I was very wrong. Which leads me to believe I can be a lot more lenient with pieces that I feel that are worth selling. Did I just hit the camera? Probably. Does that mean that I'm not going to put in work and minimize bubbles and all of that? Absolutely not. I'm still gonna do all of that. Oh man. Is the camera just lower today? Is my head higher? Like, no. What? Why am I having to crouch? Oh, damn, that's pretty. Okay, everything's gotta look like that now. Everything's gotta be hollow. Can't. It's a hollow day. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Wipe away some of the glitter from the mushrooms. Yup. And then the mushies. Does this look like olive green to you? It does not look like olive green to me. But maybe it's because it's too hollow, it's catching too much light. This looks brown to me. Hollow, hollow, like holographic. Oh, hollow. Hollow, hollow, hollow. Hollow, hollow, hollow. I just spilled glitter all over myself. Because the bag snapped. Yeah, the camera has to be... Hold on. I keep hitting my head on this, and this is not okay. What does it look like now? Okay, so you're gonna see less of my arms. Maybe a fewer. You won't see as much of my face when I bend over to look at stuff, but... I'm really hoping that I stop hitting my head on the camera. Everything is hollow. What was that, the Lego movie? Everything is awesome? I never watched the Lego movie, but I did watch the sequel, or at least the second half of the sequel. I saw the final minutes of the first one and was like, oh, this is talking about real life issues. It's not just talking about, you know, characters that are constructed to do mystical journeys and learn about themselves. It's about actual little kids. And the dynamic between a brother and sister. And interesting parenting techniques. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think that they are good movies. I just think that because I saw part of them, I don't really like... at some point, maybe I'll watch it all the way through. But at the moment, it's like, I already saw the ending, so I kind of know how it's going, and I don't want to see the beginning to see how it got there. Which is unfortunate that I keep coming into it, like, I just, you know, flip channels and find it, and then say, oh, you know, I have been wanting to see how this looks, and then find out the end of the movie. But it's always been very interesting how it all develops. I would for sure suggest them to watch. Ooh. I also have a very mixed tolerance for movies that sing a lot. Um for a while I thought I just hated musicals, right? But then came to the understanding slash realization that like damn near every Disney movie is a musical, and I was like, but I love a lot of Disney movies, so I guess I don't hate musicals. Um, but then I remember that I don't really like all the Disney movies because sometimes you're just minding your business and it breaks into song. And those are my least favorite musicals. It just doesn't feel like the song was a natural progression from the plot. You just needed a song here because you hadn't heard one in a minute and you thought you needed something catchy for this moment. It I like songs that feel like they're somewhat advancing the plot to a degree. I know they can't really like advance the plot, but they can advance the plot, I think. As opposed to just being a random element that we experience. Yeah, it's a mushroom. It's hard to see because of all of the glitter and also just the line work's very thin. But this is a fairy with wings here, sitting on some mushrooms. Um. Yes. Wait, Hairspray is what musical? Hairspray is a musical, yes. It's not the one I was speaking about or anything, because I don't think Hairspray's Disney, but Hairspray is surely a musical. Good morning, Baltimore. Scooby Dooby Dooby words other than that, but the song's called Good Morning Baltimore, and she starts it that way, so that's the part I remember. And the way that she enunciates it is hilarious to me because I've never heard someone say it really that enunciated. It's just said that way for the musical, I guess. Um, okay, so in high school, after coming to understanding that okay, I don't actually hate musicals, I just hate some musicals, I joined theater and did tech for shows. And we did. What did we do? We did Hello Dolly. We did Urinetown. We did Once on This Island. And then either senior year I didn't do it or I just don't remember the musical. of those, wait, is that possible? Wait, Once on This Island, You're in Town, Hello Dolly. Because there was a play in the fall and a musical in the spring. So there was, we did The Odd Couple, in... oh, how? Little Shop of Horrors. We did Little Shop of Horrors. Or did we not? Didn't we? No, we definitely did. We definitely did. We definitely did. So that's the 4 musicals that I was introduced to in high school. And of the 4, I liked the songs of Little Shop of Horrors the best. But I think I liked the plot of Hello Dolly the best. But that's mostly because just every once in a while, okay, it wasn't that the romance in the others that I saw or worked on weren't romantic. It was more that one was so loaded with romance, like everybody was getting coupled off, that it was hilarious, but also, how did it happen like this? It feels so forced, but also not. It was very interesting to just see it unfold. I appreciated it. Ooh, I don't know what color to do the wings after all this. Purple, I lied, I know it's purple. Do I have purple glitter? Of course I have purple glitter. I got this purple glitter, got this purple glitter. I guess I like purple, guys. This is also a purple glitter. I don't know which one to do for her wings, though. Yeah, but I liked Hello Dolly. Actually, and then that was the second musical that I liked the songs for. Once on This Island was just... it felt like the theater director trying to reach and do something out of her wheelhouse. honestly, because the music was something. The way that they were trying to coach them in how to enunciate things was something. The premise for Once on This Island is a kind of class struggle with a little bit of Afro-Caribbean influence and gods. They're gods engaging with, so it's kind of like a, what's it called, fable? I think it's a fable. That's what they call them. There were some songs where they had to change the words because they couldn't say them the way that they were, because it was one of the songs was literally talking about how they despise us for our blackness, and they couldn't say that because, you know, they couldn't. It's just too loaded for a High School Musical. Too charged. I remember that it's actually, like, of all the things that I remember about that musical, it's one of the lines I remember. They despise us for our blackness. It reminds them where they're from. And I was like, golly. That's what the script says. It's not what they sang. Because it was edited eventually. But someone wrote it that way initially. And yeah, I feel like it would have been better in a different school. It might have been better in a different school. Um, what else? What else can I say about my high school experience in theater? Not much, man, not much. It happened. I liked doing tech for the shows because it allowed me to be involved with the people that were creative but didn't want to be in front of a stage, like be in front of an audience, which is 100% where I am, you know? Except right now, hello audience. I'm trying to get more comfortable with that idea, but honestly, in general, part of the reason you're not seeing my face is because then you'd see me being so fucking nervous. And you don't you don't need to see that. So just being able to talk to the weirdos behind the curtains, that's where I thrive. Man, getting to, because honestly, okay, here's the thing, right? Actors, they talk to each other behind the set, whatever. They have their rooms and all that. When you're on tech and you're managing things, you get a whole ass headset. And you know how many funny conversations happen on those headsets? Woo! Woo! So much entertainment. That's not where these go. That's where this goes. Bloop. Nervous? Gosh? What? Gosh meaning... Gosh, like... You don't think I'm nervous? Oh, wait. Okay. So if I do everything in hollow but the body of the woman, the fairy, is that... No, that's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm actually a lot okay with that. I'm just gonna try and... Try and clear some of this glitter away, maybe? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I don't sound... Okay, so here's the issue, right? I've always been told that. I've been told that I sound nonchalant, like I sound real laid back, real chill, like everything is a-okay. Internally, I'm screaming. I'm screaming and also, but not like, and then hysterically laughing. Screaming and hysterically laughing is what's happening like half the time in my head. Because alright, I get caught up in what I'm saying and like what if what I say isn't what people want to hear, and it's just social anxiety is a bitch, honestly. I'm not over it, but I have tools that help me get through it. Like jokes. Jokes help me get through social anxiety. Using my hands helps me get through social anxiety because I can express myself outside of my words. And so then people get a better idea of what I'm trying to say. Because that's also where it comes in. My anxiety comes in because I am really worried / fixated on making sure that I am understood and other people are understood. And so I do a lot of like folding over and fixating on words and what words should and shouldn't be said, because then what if this happens, what if that happens, what if that happens. It's not easy when you have a lot of imagination and can entertain any situation that exists. It can be fun when you're thinking of like games to play, or when you're trying to write stories. But when you're trying to talk to people and all you can think of is what if this, what if this, what if I said this and actually they thought I meant this. That happens a lot. And then I misinterpret words all the time too. So I just, yeah, I don't know. Social anxiety, it does things. Yeah, I mean, one wrong sentence and see, that's the thing. Cancel culture is an interesting thing to exist. There are people that I surely want to cancel, right? Like, just don't want to have to deal with engaging or hearing or having any of their life impact my life. Then I have to understand and accept and recognize that people can change, and that canceling people and not giving them an opportunity to ever have any sort of restorative anything, heal from anything, work through or come back and re-enter, try and... If you cancel someone and never give them the opportunity or never share why they've been canceled and just cut them out, then you're not any better than they are, because you've just ostracized someone without giving them any tools or understanding as to why. And then they're just stuck either thinking, well, I'll just keep doing what I'm doing because it was on them, or they get in their head and think, what did I do, and never really actually figure out what the problem was, because they'll just think everything was the problem, you know? So I don't know, like, do I want to ever hear any music from R. Kelly? No. Do I want to hear anything from Drake? No. Because they're both creepy-ass predators that are manipulating and grooming underage girls. And nobody fucking needs that. There are people out there that really appreciate those musics. They really did some things for their heart and soul, and I don't know. It's... Canceling celebrities is confusing, because a lot of people that I would love to have, like, who I thought when things got leaked out would get canceled, are having such successful careers. It's insane. Like, Jake Paul, which I think is his name. He's the person that at some point took video in the suicide forest, I believe. Joked around and faked his death or something. Then he also got recently famous for just starting a bunch of fight videos and fighting people and fighting professionals, and just... I think he got specifically famous for punching and knocking out one person, but and then he made some NFT trading cards of those things, so he's just making money on money on money on money. And it's like, I understand he's somebody's demographic, but what the fuck is wrong with that demographic? No. Drake wasn't canceled. That's the thing. People keep hearing Drake had these conversations, these relationships with underage girls, all these things, and he hasn't been canceled. They're just like, oh, Drake, you're weird. They're just letting it slide. I don't know. Like, enough people don't care. They're like, well, it was an innocent thing to just have private conversations with Millie Bobby Brown. To be in a full relationship with SZA when she was underage, and then make music about her and that relationship. Like, just... I just don't like Drake. I just don't like Drake. Okay, I'm done dusting that one. I'm just done with that. Do I dust this one? I'm not sure. I haven't done anything. The last time I poured in this mold, I just was getting rid of a bunch of resin that I had because I'd made too much, because I always make too much, and it was glow in the dark. But the comments were that it's better to have the moon be an opaque thing that doesn't glow in the dark, and then have the etching be the glow in the dark. Bruh, like, do you remember that? Do you remember Drake doing all of that with Millie Bobby Brown? I don't know there aren't like any specifics of him having intimate things or ever them dating, but he was surely chatting with her in a context that didn't make sense. That did not make sense. And she's really not the only one. That's what's really disgusting about all of this. Like, it's really, there's never only just one, right? Like, there's one that's publicized maybe, but there's so many that go unsaid because people thought it wasn't that bad or whatever. It's just people get it in their head that it's not really abuse or not really harassment or not really being a predator because it's just something small. It's just, they just did that. Like, what does that really, why are we minimizing actions that if we put words to and used like actual describers, they'd be harassment, abuse, all of these things? It's just, it's weird what kind of, it's weird how people have this kind of ownership slash protectiveness of children, but in a very warped way because it doesn't actually cover them against a lot of threats. Just like when people make laws to reduce child trafficking that actually don't do anything, or rules on websites to reduce child trafficking, and all you get is like a please take a picture with this way. Like, you think that someone who's not being trafficked, you think someone that's being trafficked would have issue taking a picture that they've been commanded to take? Like, how is that doing anything? Just these things. Now I'm just getting angry at random bullshit because I'm here and I'm angry and I'm like, this thing, and fuck this thing, and fuck this thing. Anybody got some happy things that they're thinking about slash doing slash not mad about? Cause I already said the things that I was happy about earlier today, and now I'm angry, and times change, moods change. Do I dust this? Ah! Yes. But only slightly. The beloved offspring. Aw, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you had a good call with them today. Because sometimes you don't have a call with them at all. Or sometimes it's just you have your own social anxiety, you know? Like, do I say this? Do I say this? Will my kid like me? Wait. What For a second I was like, what am I reading and why are you typing it out this way? And at first I was like, are you asking if I like you? Cause that I can't answer. Or rather I won't. But if you're talking about asking your son, being like, do you like me? Even honestly, I don't imagine you doing that with your kid either, because they're too Buddha. They really like, they'd probably give you some passive, like, not passive, but just kind of like a, of course, why, what is there to believe or otherwise, or whatever the fuck. Just something like very, very casual. Well, yes, I talk to you and I keep you in my space, so yes. I answered that. Next topic. Man. So for the music playlist, I've been usually doing like funk or sometimes I'll do ska, but I haven't done ska recently. Um or maybe like, what's the other one I do? Funk. Did I already say funk? Did I just say funk twice and think that I said something different? I feel like I did. I don't know. I usually do something other than this. This is R&B. Old school R&B specifically. And I'm digging it. One day maybe. You will not worry about if people like you. One day I too will feel that and not worry about if people like me. Now, granted, actually I'm doing okay with that, because at the end of the day, the only person that needs to like me is me. So long as nobody is trying to actively destroy me, I'm okay with people not liking me. Like people that wish me ill, I do have questions about them, but otherwise, you don't have to like me. You really don't, because I like me for the most part. There are things I don't like about me, but at the same time, they make me me, so I like them? Question mark. Ease into Monday. It really does. That's a good way to describe it. Are you ready for the day to be different tomorrow? Are you ready for work? Even if you're not, put on some coffee, start the fireplace. It's a nice winter night. Listen to some old school R&B. Watch me get mad about predatory celebrities. There are a lot more flowers here than I have of these pigments, honestly. I have 4 of them and I've already used 3. So either I'm going to have to find a different one that does these things, which really I don't have, or I do something different completely. Discord has disappeared. Oh yeah, that's definitely on me. Haha. It should be like that. It should be fine now. Because I forget that when I leave the window, if I leave the window for the screen, it'll just say, what? What are you you can't be sharing something. It's not active on your screen and you only have the one screen. So if it's not this, then what are you showing? We'll hide it so no one sees anything and then they just make a black screen. But the minute it's back on, it should be okay. Bloop. Man. But is it back? You didn't confirm. Discord has disappeared, but is it back now? Holding my what? Puppet live stream. I was gonna say what? Huh? What are you about to say? Cause you can't just be like your ... That was questionable, my dude. Make your own live puppet from what? What? Doing what with me? What? Be careful, madam. Be careful what you're saying there. Womp 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 womp. Well, yeah, good. I was wondering, and you were stuck in a what now? You were just gonna do a puppet show with the piece that you have and be like, this is what's happening now. Golden Hand style. Oh, this is how the Marvin came out. I don't know how. I know what you requested in terms of painting it, but I don't know how that'll work. First, it looks dope as hell. But I don't know. Can you see will you focus, please? So I don't know if you can tell, but there's this spot here is very rough because it's rough to pick up paint. This but it's just very specific. It's very odd what parts are engraved for painting. So it's like the face, the body, and the arms, but then also all of the outlines for Marvin. I wish that this was just an outline for his face. I don't know why this is like, I don't wanna paint his face. But like, you said, I think dark brown for this. It wouldn't just be the outlines, it would also be his face and body would be dark brown. I mean, I didn't hold off painting. I just made this yesterday, so I'm not gonna paint it for another couple days anyway. It's just out of the mold because it's hard enough. But yeah, I was gonna hold off anyway and ask what you thought about it because so it would be possible for me to paint the body a different color and then just paint the outlines the dark brown that you wanted. I'm just asking if you want that to happen because that's not how it would have been if, yeah. Okay, that's fine. Also, I don't know how good this would be as a keychain, only because of these weak points at his neck and legs. I feel like they're not going to be very durable against banging around. So, but I don't know, Gold Leaf came out nice. As it always does, you know, Gold Leaf is pretty. Ah, necklace, okay. That's all the flowers. And that's all the dusting. Okie dokie. Let's get it poppin'. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Was that the end of the... Wait, what? Oh, was that the end of the song? I thought it was leading up to something, and then it just kind of died out. I was hearing the end of the song and thinking that something was about to happen, but it was the end of the song. It was the end of the song. That's awkward. Okay, well. Okie dokie. Yeah, we'll see how much resin I have and how much I can actually make. At the very least, I'd like to try and make these things because I already dusted them. And this because I've been waiting on it. This because... And yeah, that's as far as that goes. Why am I making this? I always think, I need to make this much, but then I forget that I'm pouring one part and then that I'm going to double this. It always happens. Also, this doesn't look level while it's on this mold, which is unfortunate. Someone move it. Boop. Oh, yeah, that's 250, which is not 300. Mixing time, mixing time, mixing time, mixing time. I'm just thinking that I usually put something underneath things when I'm doming. I don't just let them sit on the mat. At the very least, I should have something so that the resin doesn't get stuck on the glass. Yo! I didn't see this. I thought this was the end of the mushroom. There's a longer stalk here happening. I didn't dust that. Do I go back? I do. But let me mix this first. Don't forget to go back to it? Well, you know, we'll see. We'll see. Alright, I'll try. Okay. Has it been enough time? I'm never sure because I don't time. I should time it. Or at least have a good sense of time. Any streaks? Okay, we're good. So we'll just let this sit for a little bit anyway. Boop, 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 boop. There was too much green glitter there for me to put anything. Okie dokie. Done. Now Grandma can be happy. Ugh. Okay, so what do I do about this? When did resin get there? What the fuck? When did this resin get here? I actually don't want to have anything over this ledge because they're not the same height. They're close, but they're not the same height. Of course, after setting all of this up and doing all of this and thinking it's gonna be okay, I try and move it all around now when the resin is mixed. I had all this time. Nope, don't like this. Nope, 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 nope. We're just gonna put that here, and yep, put everything back the way it was. And hope that everything will be okay, even though these tables... I don't want to do this because the tables aren't the same height. Oh yeah, they are. There's just a gap. But are they level? Oh, wait! Oh! I was supposed to check if the bubble levels were all fine before I did this. Yikes, because now this one is... What? Freaking out about a bubble level right now. Ugh! Because I was supposed to do that because I was messing up my stuff yesterday. Or rather, it looks like it was. I don't know. Maybe my mold is messed up. Let me check these over here. We're gonna hope and pray because this is frustrating. I just want the cloud to be okay. That's all I'm doing. Nope, nope, nope. Thought about pouring it. Not with this container. Bloop, 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 bloop. Change the light a little bit so I can see. Gonna add more than I think I need because last time I didn't on the succubus and now there's a weird dimple. Is that all of it? Ah! I'm never sure if there's enough. I'm never sure. So I always overpour. Then we're gonna do this bad boy. Bloop. Okay. That's the floor of the tray. Or the bottom? I don't know. I'm gonna call it the floor because I already did. This is gonna be a little bit of a pain. Wow, that was already a mess. This is already a pain. Whoa. Let me just grip my frick. Let me put my whole hand in it. Let me put my whole hand in it as I try and pick it up. Already messed up. Because I poured way too much resin in one spot. These gloves are gross now. Ugh. And my hands are all sweaty. That's cool. So the gloves don't really want to go on. Okay. Let's try this again. Oh, that's why. I know why. I know why this all went wrong. I didn't use this last time I did this. How did I do this before? This guy. Going in with that big popsicle stick is just not the move. Let's see. Where did I get this foil from? Elevate Lovecraft? I feel like I confused two names. I feel like there's one that's Radiate Lovecrafts that also makes foils. Or they don't, I don't know. I'm just confusing names now. I want to say it's Elevate. Maybe it's just Elevate Craft Shop. Man, once I put the rim on it, it just looks so much neater. It's so finished. It just, it looks so good. Wait a second though. Why is it? this side looks a little bit more filled than the other side, like this isn't level, and I'm really like, what do I gotta do? Gonna leave it alone. What was I gonna do with these things? Ooh. What colors are we feeling today? Yellows, blues, greens, purples, reds, oranges. Black and white? No, I really need help. I don't know what colors to do today. You thinking? I need answers now. The resin's curing in my eyes. I mean, that's not in my eyes, but like the container's getting hot, so I have one. It's blink, like blue pink. Is that what that means? Is blink blue pink? Purple? Pink purple. Okay, so we got blue, pink, and purple. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Blue, pink, and purple. Blue, pink, and purple. Blue, pink, and purple. Blue, pink, and purple. What are you? Ah, Baja Blue. Hell the purple. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna put some silver in there because I like silver. Where's my silver? I think this is my silver. Woo! Okay. No faffing about. Oop. Missed the resin on that one. Whoa, whoa, this is a lot of ink. Whoa, whoa, but it'll be okay, because eventually it'll cure. Eventually. Oh gosh. The popsicle stick. Oh yeah, this is getting hot. It's hot. We gotta go. All of the ink decided to go into the sides. Purple. Definitely looks more blue. I'm gonna add... Where's this one? There. And we're just gonna add the glow in the dark glitter this and pour the moon. Gonna add some white to it so it's not actually as translucent. Yep. Just gonna hit it with a heat gun. Real quick. Oh, you know what? It truly doesn't need to be filled all the way to the top, because then it's gonna be super thick. I'm gonna have to check to make sure that's actually filled. No, it's probably filled. How much do I have? What do I have? What do I have? I don't know where I'm gonna put it though. Ooh, fuck. Ooh. Ooh. When did I get so full of stuff? Oh, do I fill this one too? Ooh, I have no idea if that's actually gonna go into the space that it needs to. Ooh, wow. It's goop. And I overfilled the clouds, so they're gonna be a pain to do because then they're gonna have weird extra bits. We're just gonna take some. It's just gonna have to. Yeah, I'm working with sparkly ejaculate right now. This is how it feels. It's just not. It's goop. Yep. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. But just gonna scrape this because that's just how that's going. Scrape. But there's hope. And by there's hope, I mean I can just make more resin. Oh, no, I can't. Oh my gosh, I said just make more resin like I have resin to do that. I don't. I actually don't. I have like 50 mils of resin tops because I didn't get the biggest thing from Michaels because I had ordered resin and it's coming on the way and it's going to be here tomorrow. So actually, this might be the end of the resin because I don't have any more resin to do these things. Huh? I always do this. There's always some issue. It's either that I pour too much resin, and so I have to scramble to find molds and places to put them, or I don't have enough resin for all the things that I did. Okay. Okay. Welp. Just gonna... Where's the heat gun? Gonna use the heat gun real quick on all these bad boys. Oh, I ordered Total Boat. We'll see how it goes. Because... Ooh. Forgot what I was saying completely. Yeah, so I'm trying out Total Boats because, they have been said to been good with alcohol ink, and I usually have fairly bendy pieces. But Total Boat doesn't have that issue when you use, alcohol ink. I don't know where all this goop is coming from. That's a whole ass hair. I'm just finding random things. What else is in here? Okay, that's all the things I wanted to do. Yep. Oh man. Man, I really forgot about that. I was just going along like I had all the resin in the world. That's wild. I didn't. So that's all the resin things for today. Made some soda cans that I didn't plan to make. Made some clouds that I did plan to make, but that's gonna be cool. They're gonna glow in the dark. Didn't intend for that. Curious to see how this one will come out because I added all the alcohol ink in the beginning, which I've only done one other time before. Usually I do it like clear resin, some alcohol ink, clear resin, some alcohol ink, and then it kind of gives you some extra depth to it. But I think I end up adding more alcohol ink on that way, and then they get really, really bendy. Whereas if I just do dots in the beginning, I see how much I put, and then I just pour over that. Man, I hate overpouring the clouds. I really do, because it's just, they become thick and uneven. It's just, I just don't like it. But it's what's happened now. And I poured a lot of resin into this moon, so it's gonna be super thick. It's gonna be a really thick hanging piece. I hope that I have chain that'll be strong enough for it. Honestly, yeah, I'll have to find some maybe, because all I have are like necklace chains. Actually, Sinstone relics. Mo. Do you make hanging pieces, right? Do you use a special chain, or do you just get like jewelry chain for necklaces to hang your pieces? Or do you do mostly jewelry? I feel like I've seen mostly jewelry. Now that I think about it. Yeah. Hello. Hi. Sorry if you were lurking. I just wanted to ask you a question about hanging things. Yeah. Ah. Okay. Okay. What makes you say nobody likes it? I don't have any black cord. Honestly, I really don't have things for necklaces or for hanging things, because I usually just make earrings and bracelets. Um, yeah. I, I really don't. I don't know. I don't know if it matters too much, but I guess I don't want to end up giving somebody something with chain that I think is good enough and then finding that it like falls off the wall and breaks. Although it's resin, so what's really the likelihood it's gonna break? It's not like it's a thin thing that's gonna snap, but still. Whoop, I just kicked the camera. My bad. Hmm. Uh, yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't I don't really have any experience selling things, period. I'm just trying to get out there and have things sold and see what happens, and just trying to see what works. Um I've seen people that sell hanging things, so I know that somebody buys hanging things. I personally don't buy hanging things because I don't have a space that I own that I can put like holes in the wall, or do I trust command strips to hold a resin piece? I don't know. Um but yeah, so I've been kind of staying away from hanging things for the most part. But the studio that wants to sell my things, someone wants to sell my things. The studio that wants to sell my things has a lot of jewelry already, and they're looking for more home things. So they're looking for more home decor functional items like trays and hanging pieces. So I'm trying to make more of these, which is why I have all of these things here in the first place. They're all flats or trays that I could give to them to sell. Um, I don't know where people get chain from, even. Like, that's the thing. Is it just jewelry chain, or do they get like chain from Home Depot, or like, I don't know. I don't know where the chain comes from to know that it'll be good for this purpose. I really don't. I guess. I guess people like wall hangings. I don't know. I guess it's hard for me to imagine because I don't, but that's really not the problem here. I mean, that's not really the issue here. I don't have to like it. I mean, I do have to like the things I'm making. I don't hate anything that I'm making. It's just that when I make flat pieces, I bought these flats just because I liked the design, but didn't know what I was going to do with them. I've just been making them and having them sit somewhere and being like, look at this thing on the table, isn't it pretty? Um, didn't really even consider putting eye screws in them to hang them. And then I saw people doing that and was like, is that what people do with flat pieces? Oh. Oh. Yeah, I don't even know. Well, so the thing is, right, hardware stores will have chain, but they'll have chain for completely different purposes. So who's to say that it's going to be a good size for what you want? But they might have some smaller chain, yeah. I don't see why not. Um, yeah, I don't see why not. I'm fortunate to have like 4 different bead stores in my area. In addition to like the commercial craft stores like Michael's and Joann's, I have other like independent bead stores, so I can go to them and say, I have chain and I would like to do this with chain. Will it work? And they'll be like, I don't know. Bruh, actually, no. So I do also do that with shakers. I have a whole... Let me show you all my shakers. I keep them all wrapped up in plastic so that they don't, not plastic, but like some paper so that the resin doesn't stick to each other. But I got this coffin. It's got bats in it. And then I have like 10 different iterations of something like this. The butterfly with some pieces of other resin in them. And like half of them have this two-tone thing going on in some fashion because I was just getting excited with pouring multiple colors at the same time. It was honestly, what's really wild is I really started out practicing with resin on shakers, pretty much. Those are the first molds that I bought outside of like candy molds that you buy to make candies, yeah? Like silicone molds for that. I was just pouring resin into those and seeing what I could do with that, and then I was like, let me try shakers. And those were intimidating for a while, but then I figured them out. I got this star that was kind of a pain to make, so I haven't made another one. But it's cool. What else do I have? Ugh. I got cinema roll. It really was a rough start, honestly. I would not suggest. Where's the donut? Donut. You know what's wild? So the star is chunky like that because it's actually a two-piece mold, right? So I made these sides individually and then sealed them together with UV resin around the whole thing. Yeah. That's why it's so chunky. And then there's a little hole at the top to fill it with oil once you've sealed all the sides. It was a real pain to make, but yeah, it's actually, instead of, so some shaker molds, it'll just be the body with the cavity for the shaker. Sometimes it will actually be a two-piece mold where it's the body and the cavity, but then also like a second thinner layer to go over top to be the top of the shaker. I don't really like those because it feels like extra work to achieve the same effect. But it was fun. It was fun. Once it's finished, it was also because I only had one of the molds, right? So I tried to make them as identical as possible, the sides, but I think I added more pigment to one side than the other, so it didn't really come out the same. But you know, you probably didn't notice that. It was just something that I noticed because I made it and I have nitpicky feelings about it. This is a moon and cloud that I didn't do well, so I also have feelings about it. There's this, like, I didn't even fill it properly because I just said fuck it and didn't even continue to fill it properly. I was like, I'm just gonna finish you and move on. I don't want to work with you anymore. So I just didn't even fill it full of oil. Oh yeah. Then I have these guys. I have a lot of circles because circles are straightforward. And then I have these like little caviar beads. That's what they were called when I was trying to find more of them online. Caviar beads. I was just calling them micro beads. But essentially those are all my shakers. There are plenty more in this box, but they're all iterations pretty much of the same design, just with different colors, different inclusions. Yup. And I really don't know what I'm ever going to do with them because well, actually, what I did do, I gave a lot of them away for Christmas because people, although they probably wouldn't spend money on them, really enjoy things that move just from their move, like snow globes and like glitter jars and things like that. People really like to just watch things slowly move as well as quickly move, you know, just being able to mindfully watch things move. It's peaceful. But I think that when it comes to buying shakers, I don't know how to get people to buy shakers. I also feel like it's better to have shakers be a custom thing where you just make what people want as opposed to trying to make something you think someone will want. I don't know. That's just how I feel about shakers because there's so much time. There's so much time. Wait. I forgot about these because I did them recently and they're still sitting on my table. It's a hedgehog. It's got little hearts in it. It's so cute. I also have a pear that I made that's also kind of cool. I put tinsel in it. But yeah, these are some shakers that I've made. And And I really just make them to see that I can, because I don't sell them and I don't really do anything but give them to people as gifts. Yeah. Because it's just, it's, you really never know what someone's gonna want out of something, but you're more likely to find someone that will like what you make in a tray than a random shaker, I think. Because there are just so many things you can put inside of the cavity. I tend to put way too much in the cavity so nothing really moves. I'm trying to work better on that. I'm really because then it just kind of looks like a bunch of glitter that doesn't go anywhere. It's just a glitter blob. Yeah. Let's see. We're gonna look at everything one more time, see if there are any bubbles I can spot. That might have come up on the sides. What are you? A bubble. Goodbye. What? Oh. Oh, nah. I don't know what that is, but you're not welcome. You look like a piece of something else. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay. No, don't be scared. Okay. But like, what part of filling the shaker scares you? Because depending on the shaker, it can be a completely different experience. Shakers that already have the channel in the sides that you just have to insert the needle there, those are my favorite. But they don't really exist that often. Making the transparent film to go over the cavity can be a pain. You just want it to be a little bit larger than the cavity itself, because if you make it too large, then it'll get to the edge of the mold, and you want to have some space between the edge and the shaker film. Otherwise, it's harder for the doming resin that you put on top afterwards to actually reach the full end of the shaker. I don't know. They are intimidating, but I think once you do them, like, once you get a system, it's nice. Because I had been using this bottle. It's a fine line applicator, I think is what it's called. It's 18 gauge and it's flat. And it worked well enough. It's just I wanted to be able to pierce the plastic, and I wasn't able to do so. So instead I got a tip that was pointed so that I could stab the plastic. Can you use glue, or does it have to be UV resin? You know, I don't see why it has to be UV resin. I think that it's just convenient. I think it's just because it's convenient because you're already doing resin things, but like, I don't... If you have a clear glue that you like, I don't see why you couldn't. Yeah, I don't see why you couldn't. Because so the way that I use UV resin to put the shaker, like, attach the film to the cavity, and then I also use UV resin to fill the hole that I make. But honestly, if it wasn't UV resin filling the hole, it might be easier. Depends on what you fill your shakers with. Do you use like oil or water or some glycerin or some mixture of any of those? What do you use to fill your shakers? Oh, you know what? I'm also gonna move to my desk. I would definitely say try. I think it's worth it to try because at the end of the day, the worst thing that happens is it doesn't look ideal like the one that I showed you that had the big bubble. Um, but if you're not trying to sell them and you only want to give them as gifts, then there's a little bit more leeway about, how things look. Yeah, no, I use baby oil. I don't know. I don't think there is a better, really. It's just a matter of like what kind of properties you want the liquid to have so that the things move through it differently. I started out filling them with water and then changed to oil because I felt like they were moving through the water too easily. And I liked how they were floating in the oil a little bit more. But I've also seen people, okay, have you seen like I saw some really cool dye like D20 like for tabletop games, and they had a liquid center. And I was like, wait, how did you have a liquid center in a cast resin piece? It's a piece of ice. You put a piece of ice in the middle of your piece, and as it cures, the ice melts and doesn't impact I just don't understand how that doesn't impact the curing. But then you have a liquid core. It was really neat. I'm curious as to how they must have done like years of practice and fine-tuning to make that work, because the way that they looked, it was so cool. Maybe I can find it actually, because whoop, what I knock over. Yeah, since I'm moving to my desk, I can just try and find it on Instagram. Boop boop boop. Mic migration. Doop 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 doop. Doop doop doop. Dude, it's so cool. I need to show. Then we do this, and we turn off these lights. We say goodnight to the lights. Bloop. We say goodnight to the camera. Bloop. We say, let's find this. What? Oh, did you find some? I mean, look, it's work. It's work to make them, so I'm not surprised that they cost money. I have no idea how much dice cost, period. But I can't imagine what goes into making something that beautiful, It's just where's my phone so I can figure out this page I follow? I recently followed them. Oh, wait. So I open Instagram, right, to go find the person that I'm following, and my first thing that I see is from Sinstone Relics, and it's the bendy resin piece from when you accidentally mixed the too much part B with part A and made the real bendy boy. It's so bendy. Nope. Boop. Did I not follow them recently? Was that a lie? Was it what? 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 Did I follow it on my personal account and not my craft account? Because that would also make sense. Nope, just follow too many people and can't find it anymore. That's cool, I guess. I just live life and I move on and we find some. Maybe I can just oh no. Man, resin stuff is stressful. It's fun, but it's stressful. There's a liquid core D20. See, and apparently it's more common than I thought because I look it up and there are a lot of people doing it, but they were on Etsy as well, I believe. None of these names look familiar. Oh, this is actually gonna make me angry. I gotta look through my stuff now. Is it this one? And I just... No. Is it you? Is it you? I'm just gonna keep asking. Is it you? Wait, how is it possible that I'm seeing them on my feed, but I don't know which one would maybe is there a way to see what you've liked? I think so, right? Likes. Yeah, you can see what you've liked. Nice. So I can just go through my history of likes and see if I see these dice. Oh no, I've liked too many things. Oh no. Oh, actually, no. No, this is... Okay. It was on my personal account. We're just gonna take this adventure for a second. We're just gonna take this adventure. Likes? Show me the dice. You're trying to tell me I didn't like it? I just looked at it? I refuse to believe that too, and yet... $10 and I'll buy a computer. I'll make $1,000 and buy a house. Yeah. I mean, if you could just shit them out, sure. But you probably wouldn't make that much money for them if you shit them out. But also, no way you could just make these, because I promise you it took years of work to figure it out. Why did I even... Okay, I can't seem to find it, which is really blowing me, because either I didn't like the pictures that I was seeing, or... I just can't... I'm looking too quickly, and so I can't find what I'm trying to look for. Man. Why is this happening to me? Like, it's so terrible that I can't find this Instagram post. Insane. Wow. The Crooked Tavern! All I had to do was scroll through Etsy for a little bit until I found a name that looked familiar. The Crooked Tavern. I did it. Yay. just as I was giving up. Of course, that's how it works, right? You give up and then it says, oh, hello. Everything you ever wanted. They say, oh. So actually what they were saying is it doesn't impact the weight of the die such that, like, you could worry someone's got a different role, right? Other than, unless, like, even, because at the end of the day, there are a lot of things that happen on a tabletop game that impact the way the dice roll. But the liquid inside of the resin isn't one of them, because resin's already light, right? It's not, the water isn't going to be that much of a, what's it called? An issue. Window capture. Pew pew. Pew pew. Pew pew. Did it. The Crooked Tavern. They just did actually they just opened because they didn't just open, they just released all of these sets, as in these weren't all here and now they're all here. These are all the ones with stuff inside, but I don't see any that necessarily have the liquid. I see they might have, wait, is there a separate category for them? Wait, we're just gonna say liquid and see what happens. Okay. They must have sold all the other ones because this was not the only one they had. But yeah, this is kind of what it looks like. More accurate than round edge dice. These are sharp edge dice. I didn't realize that, I mean, I guess edges matter, but man, I think that's also why people are like, what about the weight? Because they want to, because there are people that really take these games seriously. They need their rolls to be accurate so that their stats are boosted appropriately and they succeed in their missions. And I get it, but I don't, because it's a game. And that's where I go with that one. But yeah, the Crooked Tavern. Oh man, I'm glad we went on that journey and I found the thing that I was talking about. But yeah, they make really nice dice. Cosmic Storm. Oh, dude. Bruh. That's the thing though, like, people really come to games and say, cheat? I didn't say D&D is just make-believe. I said D&D is just a game, which it is. I'm not saying it's not a legitimate thing, like, you're making a campaign, you're doing a lot of work, you're interacting with people. I get it. Games can be very involved, but it's still a game. Oh, yeah. Yes, a lot of people do use their own dice. That makes sense, because you have your personal preferences, you want to have something that's pretty, it makes sense. And then some people use that as an opportunity to cheat, yes. But I don't know. I was just talking about this mostly because there were people actually commenting on this person's store's pictures and just trying to be like, okay, but are they legit? What kind of impact do they have on the roll? So they had to make a whole FAQ about it. But yeah. Dice. It's not that I have anything against D&D either, because I honestly, I like campaign games. I like the idea of getting to create a story and like work from whatever your imagination can do because there really aren't as many limits as you think. Too crit to quit. Man, I just too crit to quit. Ooh. 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 These are so clear. Not a bubble in sight. You must use a pressure pot or a vacuum chamber or something. Like, oh my gosh. What? There aren't even bubbles at the lettering or anything. Like, it's just everything is so clean. These are so clean. Woo! It's a fantastic name. Too crit to quit. They're just, oh, I mean, no, beyond polished, right? Like, beyond polished. Because they're clear, so you would be able to see any imperfection. You would be able to see any bubble, anything going through this. And it's just smooth as fuck. If anything, they might be polished, but they're definitely not domed or anything because you can see the letters are a cavity. That's like the only thing you can find as an imperfection on this dice is this random looking hair thing right here. Yeah. Like, and you have to work to find the hair. But it makes you think, hey, do I need to wear a hairnet to do my crafts? Nah, Photoshop that? Nah. That's like, oh my gosh, wait, okay, this is also something I need to talk about because it's not near and dear to my heart, but it confuses the hell out of me. Do you guys know anything about Amaranth? She's a streamer. She's a hot tub streamer, meaning that she streams in a hot tub. She's also on OnlyFans, but what I know her from is really only this one thing that has happened recently, which is she's selling jars filled with her farts for $1,000. And hot tub water. It's I actually on her website, Cutie Patooties. Look at this. Have you ever wondered what your favorite streamer smells like? Now's your chance to find out. Like, it's just when I tell you I was confused because she has a video and in the video you just like watch her fart and she's just like hee hee. Actually, what's wild to me is really that, okay, wait. Let's pause the music for a second. Okay. So, like, the whole video is nice. It's got some cute music to it. You're like, la-di-da, it's moving along. This is what it includes. And then, as you get to the fart, it gets quiet, so you can hear that she's putting in exertion for the fart. Like, what? Anyway, even if this is all just to make a joke at the people that had say that they would, buy people's bathwater and all this, even if it's just to poke fun at that, if she makes even one sale, she's made $1,000. And it just hurts. It just hurts. But then I remember that as a hot tub streamer, she's making like $100,000 a month anyway. So This is like a sneeze. It's pennies. It's drops in a bucket. Um, man, streaming is a lucrative thing sometimes. But isn't that wild? She's selling her farts, but that is not even. It's not even. It's not even the first time. You know, people have been doing this for a while. When I think about it, my first point of reference is Erykah Badu, who sells Badusi incense that I think are either supposed to smell like her pussy or. Yeah, I think that's it. Actually, I think that's exactly what it is. I don't have to guess. But where's her website? Do 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 do. Where is her website? Badu World Market. Boop 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 boop. 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 I mean, the internet had potential? Nah. Badu pussy. It's not even Badussy, it's Badu pussy. It's just straight up, we got the hottest pussy on the market. Created from the ashes of Badu's underwear. Like, that's it. There it is. Pure resin, handmade, sun dried. Resin made of underwear. It's like, do I ever want to be so famous that people will buy my underwear as incense? No. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Would I do it just to troll somebody one day to be like, do you like the way this smells? Yeah. It's me. You smelling me right now. Kind of like how homie did it in The Help and said, you know, eat my shit in a pie. Oh no, I'm sure. I'm not even denying that the internet has good things, cuz the internet has plenty of good things. Like this, how Stardew Valley was made by only one person. Because it was made by one person. Stardew Valley is my favorite game. Um everything about it. Everything about it. He thought it was just going to be something that got him enough money to keep him floating until he got his real job in the tech industry that he was looking for. But no, no, no. It's so great. He spent years on it, but it was so worth it. It was so worth it. Like, does it look that much different? Yes and no. He really spent time polishing it, making it what it was. And it is one of the best games because it's a PC game. There are mods out the ass, and uh, what mods? Mods make everything better. Mods make everything better. Cause let's look at Chucklefish. 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 Why did that say controversy? What? Was accused of exploiting voluntary contributors during the development of Starbound, sometimes logging hundreds of hours. Many of them were teenagers. No. Chucklefish, no. This is old too. Yo, that explains why Starbound isn't as robust a game as I thought it would be. It was built by exploited workers that eventually said, I don't want to do this. That's wild. That's. Because they also made Starbound, which I enjoyed a lot. And now, well, wow. 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 You live and you learn. Because they were also making this game, which I was very curious about, Eastward. It's. Have they learned from their mistakes? I just like the way that I just like the style of the games. Like, look, they just look. It has a similar style to Stardew without being Stardew, and I really like it. I'm just upset with Chucklefish. I just wanted to look at mods, and they went and gave me a controversy. Actually, the mods aren't even on Chucklefish's website. They're on some other oh yeah, Nexus mods. Does anyone learn from mistakes? I want to say yes. I really do. Um, and I think that there are plenty of people that get canceled or figure out how not to get caught. But I also think there are people that feel that making a mistake is a learning opportunity, and because of that, don't make the mistakes that much more because or that often anymore because they are actively trying to learn to do differently. And that's not everybody's situation, but I mean that goes back to cancel culture, right? If you get canceled, will you learn from your mistakes? Maybe. I feel like you're more likely to learn from your mistakes if you have a community of people that can call you in and challenge you to think differently. Um, it's funny when I started saying that, I started thinking of Kanye or Ye as he is now, and how over the past few years his community has shifted. Um, did he make any mistakes to do any of that? I'm not sure. I don't really keep up with his life like that. Um, I just don't. But I don't know. If you don't see your things as mistakes, you can't really learn from them, right? If no one ever told you it was a mistake, or you don't perceive it as a mistake, then how do you learn from it? Or do you even care to learn from it? Um, I don't know. I don't know. People do what people do. Um, there are surely people that don't care about making mistakes, but I know for sure that I care. So that's at least one person. So much so that like I have a fear of failure, and it's really messing with my life. Like le- mistakes equal failure to me a lot of the time, so I really try and learn from them. I was raised to think that if something doesn't go the way you want, then you just have to break it down into all of its pieces and figure out what happened to do it differently the next time. And like that's cool and all, but it's also not because you worked your hardest the first time and maybe you didn't get what you wanted, but like getting a C in a class when you wanted an A, even though you worked your hardest, like yes, you could try and learn differently, but what if you have been learning and doing your best, truly, and it's just, and that's where you are, C? Can you accept that? I think that's where it comes in. People accepting reality, accepting that they can change. I, people. I don't do it often. I don't people because it's stressful. Ah, That's why I play sim games, because then I can meet people that kind of people, but only have so much written dialogue so they can't be they can't hurt my feelings. Except right now, Electo just said not everything's about you. Uh-oh. I say that all the time. I say all these things all the time. I don't have the time. Oh gosh. I like this character. This mod is nice. A witch. Wait, wait. As in the witch that was the ex of the wizard? Cause there's a wizard in the game. Electo is many things. A secret. Yes! My take on Rasmodius's ex. Yes. So Rasmodius is the wizard in Stardew Valley, and he's the one that helps you learn about all the magical things that happen in the universe of Stardew Valley. But after a while, he starts talking about his ex because she has been doing things that have been impacting the universe. And then we have to go steal something from her house. At sometimes, like random nights out of the year, a witch will just fly over your night sky, and you'll be like, "What happened? What happened?" And then you'll have a demon chicken, and by demon chicken I mean it looks like, what do they actually? They don't really say anything different. They just look different. Show me all the chickens. Yeah, so a void chicken. A void chicken is what they call it because you get void eggs from them. So these are your normal chickens. You got your brown chickens, you got your white chickens. And then the witch comes through and gives you a void chicken, and then you get some void eggs. These blue chickens are special because only one character has any of these chickens, because he bred them specifically because he loves chickens. He's depressed and hates his job, but he loves chickens. And he's my favorite character. Because you really try and talk to him during the day, and he's like, "Don't even bother. Please leave me alone. Do I know you?" Even if you have like a really high friendship rating with him, he might not say, "Do I know you?" But he really won't. He's just not friendly. Uh, uh, I love this game. I could talk about it forever. I really could. Because uh, uh, look at all these eggs. Look at all this stuff in the same place. You're sitting here thinking, wait a second, wait a second. What's wool doing with all the chicken eggs? Couldn't possibly be sheep in the same place as the chickens. It's a coop. You're right. You want to know what's sitting in the coop with the chickens and the ducks? Rabbits. That's rabbit fur. Because there are rabbits in this game. And it's fantastic. There's even a little baby chicken right there. See the little baby chicken? I don't know why they're not picking up all of these things, collecting any of these items, but man, man, I love this game. Biographical? I could give the biography of Shane if you wanted. I don't know a lot. Actually, I don't know that much about Shane, but he's my favorite character. Look at him with his blue chicken. Look at him. He's the best. Oh, I mean, if Shane is supposed to be the developer, that'd be interesting. I don't know. I don't think that they inherently had to be depressed, and I don't think they hated their job because they didn't have a job. They had come out of college, I think, and just were trying to get a job, and then said, "I'll just do this on the side and have a so it's a project that I can write on my resume that is proof that I've made things and can do things." Um, and then they make this well regarded game. The best thing ever. The best thing ever. Do I need to feed my chickens? Yes, you need to feed your chickens. Yeah, but anyway, there's mods out the ass. Characters forever. There are mods new today. There are already 9, 48 from this week. There's just always people making mods for this. Always. It's insane. Yeah, so that's Stardew. If you're looking for a new game to love that has nothing to do with anything but farming and community. There's fighting. There's a little bit of dungeon fighting. But unlike Garden Story, Stardew Valley actually centers the gardening. Like you have a whole farm and everything. And there are quests and requests for things that are part of your garden. But yeah, yeah. Anyway, that was all the things that I can think about saying that I said that um weren't crafting anymore, and now I guess it's time for games. cuz cuz it's that time now. Cuz the crafting is done and I have nothing else to say. Boop 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 doop 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 boop doop 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 doop. Yeah. We're gonna do it. It's gonna happen. I hope, I'm really hoping though that this game doesn't take too much power to run such that it makes things busted. Ding ding ding, game on. Game on. Yeah, I'm really hoping that this doesn't lag my computer out or have encoding issues. Doop doop doop, window capture. Open sesame. Pew. Boop 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 boop. It's Timberborn time. Gonna be some beavers. Wrecking some logs. If you have previously played any of the games, it's been optimized and contains a lot. Be prepared for things to be different. Good luck and remember to stay hydrated. That is so kind. Where's my water? Wee. Eh. Okay. Bloop, 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 bloop. Ooh. This is too loud in my ears because I forgot to turn it down. Do, 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 do. Oh, there are factions. Let's go. Okay, 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 okay. Comfort, food, and sturdy wood. That's their motto. I love it. Oh, it's still too loud in my ears. That's wild. This is loud. I feel like I'm yelling right now, and I have no reason to be yelling. Ah, this is too soft. Okay, so we got the folk tales. Easygoing but hardworking. We've got Iron Teeth, defectors of the traditional timber ways, mastering iron and science to build advanced machinery. Their motto: work hard, work hard. Wow. I can't play them now because I have to work on the base faction first, but that's hilarious. Work hard, work hard. Oh gosh. Sure, we'll do what they tell us to do for now because I don't know the game. If a building is marked as solid, you can build other structures on its roof? Oh, we can build stories? Oh. Multi-level buildings? This is going to be fantastic. Because that really changes how you use space. And space is always a limited resource when you're playing a game like this. You want things to be as close to each other as possible, that so that the commute isn't too long, but you also need to be able to make good paths and everything. It's just, oh man, what do I want to call my settlement? I uh um I my mind went blank and all I can think is flapjacks. I don't want to name the settlement flapjacks. uh, um oh man. I can't get stuck here, but I'm it, you're about to be a settlement of flapjack. Yep, flapjack. A singular flapjack. Yep. Oh, hello. Let's move the cord so I can see the screen. Move this over here like blah 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 blah. Every new settlement needs logs. Why did I place it so far away after just saying all of that? Unless they're in the building's range. This is outside of the range by 1? Okay, that's cool, I guess. But they can reach it from here. Um, Extend it by building paths. Which one of these is paths? Because they surely... Landscaping? That's a dam. Paths and structures. Cool, 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 cool. Oh my gosh. You're trying to tell me I needed a path, but they're not necessarily going to take the path. They're going to take a straight shot. This one's not connected? Why is this one not? Oh. Meh. Meh. Is there a way to dismantle things? Can I just delete? Fantastic. They won't start working until you tell them what to do. What? Really? Even though there's a lumberjack spot? Mark trees for cutting. Boop, 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 boop. I put the wrong thing here. Can I rotate this? Can I rotate this? Yes. Why? Oh, I don't have enough wood. I only have 2 logs and I need 12? I have 0? I still need logs to... Okay, I should probably just, cancel this. Can I, do I get this back at all? All resources will be lost. All resources will be lost? Oh, that's ugly. I don't have what you know, you shouldn't have made it so that I can do something else, cuz I tell you what, I already done goofed. And oh, you know what? Maybe it's gotta be pumped. Yes, that makes sense. You need to put a water pump in water so that it may pump the water out of the water into somewhere else. It can't just go anywhere, it needs to be by a water source. Of course, of course, of course. Of course. This is gonna be a trip. Why do the beavers walk on all? They walk on 2 feet with the logs like this? Lottie-die? This is interesting. Do beavers walk on their... I know, do beavers stand on their hind legs like that? I know they don't necessarily have to, it's a game, but is there a situation in which they do? Like, I'm thinking of how some dogs or insects will stand up to make themselves bigger to scare away predators. Do beavers scare away predators like that? I just feel like that wouldn't be... I mean, they are in the same family as, like... I'm pretty sure they're a mustelid. Yeah. Now I have to... Where'd I put my phone now? There you are. Do I have enough to make this water pump yet? I've got 3 of the 12 logs. Okay. Making it happen. Slowly but surely. Mustelids. Mustelids. Sorry, I'll type it. Mustelids. It's the name to describe the family of animals that are carnivorous mammals that look if you're thinking of like a so mustelids include weasels, badgers, otters, ferrets, martens, minks, and wolverines, among others. Carnivorous mammals, mustelids. They look like that. So maybe if they're carnivorous, are beavers in this family? Now I feel weird because they can't be. Are beavers carnivorous? No. They're rodentia. They're rodentia. Yo, did you know that beavers have really ugly teeth? And by ugly, they're not ugly, but they're scary. have Have you seen a beaver's teeth? Cuz I'm scared. Turns out I don't know what I'm talking about when I say mustelids because these are not mustelids. They're for sure rodents. Close. They're the second largest living rodents after capybaras. But do they fight? Do beavers fight? Absolutely. But how do they fight? Now I need to know. Okay. And so it goes. We look, where is it? At a beaver fight. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice.
It looks like these two tussling animals need to behave.
Behave. Come on.
Sight of two beavers battling it out in Scotland. SWNS reports that although this looks like a serious fight for dominance, experts say this is just a social interaction for beavers and rarely witnessed. It's very rare to even see that behavior in the first place, let alone catch it on camera, Black said. Going on to comment, beavers used to be native to Scotland, but were unfortunately wiped out. Now efforts have been made to reintroduce them to the area. In the last 50 years or so, the beaver population in this region has been slowly increasing.
That's the end of the video. That was the what? See, you want to see a beaver fight, and what happens? 2 seconds. Is this what beaver fights look like? Because they look like they're struggling to hug because they both want to be the upper arms, and they're like, come on, I'm top. You're like, no, I'm top. Like, no, I'm top. Hug me. This is what I'm seeing. Maybe that hurts them, but if this is what a fight looks like, I can only think that beavers are friends. Like, look at their heads. Look at their heads. It looks like they're wrestling, but they have such strong teeth and they never use them.
They're like clamping down on each other.
It looks like they're trying to drown each other, but like I should have closed this ad, but I
The vicious beaver fight. Better than the bears. Holy. Fight.
I don't care for this commentary.
Taking the fight underwater, eh?
They're taking the fight underwater, eh? Okay, back to the game. I just needed to see what it looked like, and it turns out it looks very tame for a fight. Okay. And now they have built a water pump. because they need water. Remember that they need water. Beavers also need food. Interesting concept. Okay, okay. Blueberry bushes. We have those. Then we'll put a path. Are you all thirsty? Because there's water. Or so I've been told. Gatherer flag built. Farmhouse. You can pause building being built. That's cool. Are they just sleeping on the ground? Just like this? It's nighttime. It's Betty by time. Oh, you can change their working hours? Interesting. How much wood does it need? 25 logs. Okay, fine. It's gonna take some time. They all don't have homes. You're trying to tell me that they're children without homes right now? Up. The children are growing up. Boop, 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 boop. Yay, it's finished. Okay, slow your roll. Let's plant some carrots. How do we do that? Oh, let me charge my phone because it's dying real quick. Boop, 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 boop. Ah. Boop, 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 boop. Small warehouse. Music's nice. I am relaxed, you know. It's it'd be chill. All the babies are growing up. There's only one child now. No more children. Just like that. All my babies are grown up. Yeah, let's build housing. Wait, pause. We're gonna have row houses and they're gonna be beautiful and we're gonna have neighbors and they're gonna be happy. I forgot to add a path. They can't do anything with this. Aw, baby beavers are called kits. Unless they're not, but I don't know what else that could mean. Man, they're making short work of this forest here. Almost everyone has a house now. Yay. Everybody has a house. Mm-hmm. Ooh, new well-being high score. $50? Ooh. We don't have that. Babies. That was quick. I just got 4 babies. Happy beavers mean more beavers. Connected to the water wheel with power shafts. Ooh. What did I just do? Pause. Many buildings can pass energy to one another when placed wall to wall. I was gonna put another house there, but then I changed my mind. There's a drought coming. Yikes. Are you powered yet? No? Why is that not? Because it's not actually connected at all. How do you connect it? No. I need to make things go slower because every time I click, something's going wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's about to be a drought. 2 days. And all of this is empty already, so yeah. But there's this area, you know, the water is about to run out. Um, I need to stop trying to do that. What in the world? How do I connect it? Is that saying it's connected? I just... It doesn't look like it's connected, but I don't know. Oh, you know what? That's why. Because my dumbass put a water wheel outside of water, thinking it was going to do something. You know, this time it's in water. It's just not gonna have water for much longer, so if not a straight power shaft to connect these, what? Is it just because it's not made yet? Man, I'm just gonna sit here and make buildings and then delete buildings, and it just... In other games, that wouldn't be too bad, but you lose all your resources with this. All of them. It was just a waste of them, completely. I don't think I can modify the ground. Can I? No, not really. Whoa. Is it because... It needs to be here. Cool, cool, drought. Hmm. Wow. The drought only lasts a day, though? Or 2 days? The drought lasts 2 days. Oh. Can I mark this area to be cut with trees? Will they still come over here? Will they come over here? They will. Cool. You can plant trees. Ooh, the water's almost back. Dun 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 dun. Drought ended. So is it gonna rain or something? How's it about to be replenished if the drought's ended? The food stores are empty. And we're running out of water? Oh, goodness. There we go, there we go, there we go. Ah! I think a beaver just died. I think a beaver just died. They might even all die if there's not food harvested soon. Oh, you know what? Can they climb? Can beavers climb? Probably not. Uh... Yikes. Now I have 15? I have 15? Yeah, I'm... They are scraping by. Every time every time berries are brought in, they're gone. More are dying of hunger, but babies are being born. I guess we can look at that as some things to be happy about. The carrots will probably be ready to harvest soon. No, they're not. They're at 28%. Yikes. So close. Power. Wow. There are no berries. There are no berries. The carrots are only at 50%. Mm. A forester. Can science points get me food, though? Doing all this for science points. Can science points get me food? Thought I was gonna have more housing, but you know what? They need food. Whoa, that's a lot of pine. It's actually gonna plant on every plot. Now it's self-sufficient as long as the water keeps flowing. lot have died. A lot have died. This is not happy. Starting to get food though. The carrots are done. Thank goodness. Oh my goodness. Where else? Is there a way to... There is. Is there any stockpiling? Honestly. Boop, 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 boop. That fits a single beaver. Trying to tell me I could put a lodge on top of a lodge. How did they get up there? Do they not get up there? Do they not get up there? Yeah, I don't... They said I could put things on top of here, but they also make it seem like you have to... There's something else you have to do to have access. Stairs. Son of a bitch. I was like, they have to put more carrots here. They are gonna put more carrots there. Fantastic. Okay, now that they have food, things are a little bit better, but what do I do with all this area of drought, though? Is there a way to irrigate it? They can domesticate you. I don't know if they need IT. Although they are getting into more interesting technology, so maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any wood, so I can't continue these. Can I prioritize these? Yeah, I don't like that these water storages are full because when the drought comes, they won't be, and I need more. I need more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Why are no lumberjacks? Is it outside of this? Oh. There we go. There we go. What kind of growth are these trees at? I just clicked on one. Oh my goodness, wait. Oh, hello. Stairs, stairs. I didn't put any stairs. I forgot about them. Because I didn't make them because I didn't have enough research science points to make them yet. I don't know. Do I need to put the stairs? Yeah, I don't know. I might just cancel this. Though I do wonder how that works if... I guess you just can't do things like this where you put them next to each other, like... If... Or... Well, wait, but then how do you... You can't put the stairs where the path is. So do you... Hmm... Is it worth it to grill vegetables? 1 potato gets you 4 grilled potatoes? That seems worth it. Oof. Especially when it's drought season. And I tried my best to build more water storage, water tanks, but here's hoping they can survive these 2.5 days. I don't think they have enough water for 2.5 days. It died. Dried out and died. Yeah, I mean, there are larger storage tanks. Ah, irrigation tower. Ooh, wow. Yes. Irrigation tower takes 200 science points, 20 planks, and 15 logs. I have 0 most of that. I have half the science points, though. Oh my goodness. Yeah, they have 13 units of water left. 13. They're gonna be thirsty. They're not gonna be hungry this time, though. Whee! Chestnut tree. And you know what? I actually don't have any logs. Oh, is that a slope? Oh my goodness, they made a way for you to get over here. nothing to do in range. Oh, because I didn't do this. Yeah, probably could benefit from some irrigation, but I'm gonna cut down all these dead logs, these dead trees. This area could benefit from an irrigation tower, and it'd be nice to have one because it'd be close by. Yep. But I'm starting to get logs, so I can finish the things that I was building. More water tanks. This bridge is finished. It is getting a little stuttery. It is saying encoding overloaded. It's working a little hard to do this. Yep. And in fact, I did lose quite a few to dying of thirst. Because I didn't have enough water. I mean, who else can they blame, really? I still don't have enough points for the irrigation tower. I mean, I think I don't know. Would I rather have... I don't know. Ugh. Eh. Ugh, I'm sweating. How do you choose the recipe? Grilled potatoes. Now I have 53 wood. Nice. Nice. What will I do with it all? Ah. There is... Building lacks workers? I can't help that. I think I need another water pump. That actually would probably help a lot. No employed beavers. Need more housing. Oh wow, that was nice. Oh. This takes constant water. That makes sense. It's just a lot of water that it's taking up. Can I... There. Because soon enough a drought will be coming, and all of the water was going there, and not to storage at all. You working hard, computer? This looks like you're working hard. I don't want to be in a situation where I have so much wood that my storage is full. I don't know where I want to put these houses, though. Ooh. How do I think I just have to make more lodging, and then... More housing, more babies. Oh, you know what? It is a daisy. Mm-hmm. Okay, now I have lodging for 36 beavers. Here's hoping that, boosts the population. We also have beavers dying of old age, which makes sense. I just, didn't consider it. Hmm. Boosts the growth of nearby crops. The drought's coming soon. Mm. Berries, no carrots or potatoes? Although the drought's coming in 2 days, so planting potatoes now doesn't make sense. Ooh, big boy. Yes. Gears. More inventors. The drought's 5 days this time? Oh no. GG, I guess. Is there a way to... There isn't any way to actually terraform? So the fact that this is just one solid river that goes through, I don't know how I would build a dam that would keep the water in without I don't know, without, I mean, there's just this one spot, that's it. Womp, womp, womp. That's really how this is how it's going. Underground warehouse, that's cool. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so a dam is 20 logs. Which isn't too bad. I have excess logs. It is. But, I don't know. I'm wondering if it'll actually help. We'll see, I guess. I'll try. Put a pump here, too. How do I make a path? Ooh. can't go this way. I don't want to destroy more berry bushes. It already... How did they already build the water pump that fast? Oh, they're dying of hunger and thirst? I thought I had food. That sucks. A lot. There's 7. No way. No way. This is the end. This is the end. The drought is for another half of a day. And I have 4 beavers right now. This is the end. I appreciate you guys for even trying at this point. Just this one. Holding out. What happens when they're all dead? That's the game. Drought ended, but you're not alive. No way you survive. You're a child? Ugh. Now what? I'm surprised, like, why do they even let the game continue and make it look like the water is doing anything? Like, what? What? Yikes. Yikes. Let's try this shit again, I guess. Man. That was sad. The fact that the last was a baby hurt the most. Just running around by themselves. Mm. I was sitting here thinking, okay, this is gonna be my redemption arc. My redemption arc. What do I name it? Who had a good redemption arc? First name? Sasuke. Last name? Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. And so it begins. Why? What am I missing? Oh, I'm not missing anything. It's just a regular speed, so it's slow. Got it. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. Mm-hmm. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, 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 pew. Yeah, I forgot about the water. Because I'm a goober. Forgot about water. Did everything but water. But it's okay, because they have pumps and they're doing it now. And then we make houses for them. Don't have wood for it, but it's okay. Um... Prioritize these builds first, please, oh please. What this? Ooh. First, I need to make some things happen. Oh no, is the game the game actually struggling right now? Games with trailers that don't. Yeah, that sounds about right. What's this game? A game called Falling Frontier. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. This is not even the game. Rude. 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 Arr. Looks like a space fighting game. What? Huh? You travel to planets. You explore some things. You fight some other ships. You fulfill requests. What I can't tell... I mean, it looks like it could very well be a PC game. What I can't quite tell is the mechanism for movement and, like, fighting. I'm tired of ads. I'm tired of ads. I'm tired of ads.
Welcome to the first reveal of Titan Rise.
Blah. Like, it seems like a PC game from the way that you have to move things and the way that you engage with the environment. There's a lot of clicking, a lot of dragging. I don't think that would do well with a console, but if it was you could only select the things that they choose, then I could understand it could be a controller game or a console game. But you can click anywhere on the map to navigate, it seems. Yeah, I don't know. It looks like a game that might be interesting to some, but not to me. Um, well, not to me. Back to Timberborn. Wait, why does it look like it's... Has it always been cut off like this? Why is it... It resized the window, didn't it? I don't know why it does this. I don't know why it does this. I don't know why it does this. Bruh. Has it been cut off the whole time? I don't understand why it does this. It'll just randomly change the dimensions of the window. I like having too much water. This is a good thing. I like this. I'd like to have too much food, but you know, we're getting there. Wait, now it looks kind of. Oh no, it doesn't. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Yes, yes, housing. Almost everyone is housed. We're close. Okay, now everyone's housed. These are the things that I need to have for the well-being. Babies. So interesting that all this, like, I've been playing the game for at least an hour or two. But now it's starting to get a little confused. They're all sheltered. I knew I was forgetting something, I just couldn't think of what it was. A warehouse. Yep. I'm just gonna start hoarding, and it's gonna be okay eventually. Oh, you know what? Will this still catch water? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Well, okily dokily. Good night. Oh wow, it is 10 o'clock. Wow. Oh, what? No, I was saying goodnight to the person that was saying goodnight. I'm not done. Are you done? I was just replying to the chat, dude. Hmm. So I was like, I don't have an inventor. I made it through this drought. Ooh, dropped my phone though. Boop. Oh, right, I have to research to get stairs. Oh, they were able to build this. What am I gonna put here instead? More farm? $150. The more people doing research, the better, honestly. We have unemployed people. Beavers. We almost have enough science points. Um, Gonna get the gear workshop next. There's no food? Ay. Maybe there aren't enough farmhouses for this amount of space. Need more farmers for this number of crops. Actually, there is no reason to do that. Hmm. Is this water keeping this land alive? Oh, this is nice. Oz, I wasn't paying attention and now I have 300 science points, so what am I about to buy? This doesn't count? I'm confused, dude. Wait, how come it worked for this one but not this one? Make it make sense. Oop. Running low on food? I already built a third one, it's just not built yet. If this keeps my plants alive throughout the drought, I might take these berries away and just plant different plants. Actually, no, I have all this area here. died? No. And I'm out of water after all that water that I had stored up. Can you believe that? Do I make a river? There are a lot of unemployed beavers. That means I should have more buildings. When will I have more trees? Ah, another dam. Mm, 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 mm. A new district. How do you make another district center? I wonder. Again, we come to a moment of just starvation because the carrots are not grown at a staggered amount of time. They just grow, and then there's a point like this when no one has food. This is this is just frustrating. Everybody's gonna die of hunger before the food is even. Yeah, no. Actually. And now we have carrots. And people can eat. Wonder how to... Potatoes. Grilled potatoes. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. Hey, hey, hey. Why is water not coming in? Oh, because it's a dam. Yep, 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 yep. don't know how to convince them to go out there. I hope I can get enough logs to make this dam before the drought hits. Have you not been able to hear the music from the game this whole time? Because this is also something that I'm just like, not really. You probably couldn't hear the music at all. That's wild. You just been sitting here. Hmm. There's nothing in the storage, so I can delete that and be okay. There's nothing there. And just like that, 0 food. It's okay though. It just needs to be harvested. Y'all are gonna wake up tomorrow, the drought's gonna be over, you're gonna harvest these carrots. Nobody will die of hunger today. There's always something to build and not enough trees. How do I get people to... How do I get them to go over here? Now I have to... the planks going right now? A lot of things need planks. How do you establish district trade? How many materials do you need, though? Quite a few. Oh, you're all gonna die of thirst. That's really shitty. Hmm. Yeah, I really tried. Maybe it was premature. Making gears and planks is a slow process. Hmm. Wow. 5 of 20. A lot of logs. What? Oh, the drought's about to come. Okay, wait. I don't have the wood for it. Oy. Damn. Damn. I'm not gonna have my crops. That's not good. Oh, you built it in time? You built it in time. Oh my gosh. That was a close one. Oh, no. Oh. What? Bad news bears. Man. Wow, that's a lot of children all at the same time. Oh my. Wait, how is anybody supposed to reach this? I wasted so much wood. Logs and planks. You can do that. Yikes, there are 3 more days and they have 40 food. Yeah, that's the end of us. I don't want to watch them starve over 3 days. I really don't. There's this part of me that's like, oh, maybe if I just hold out and hope that some of the ones that are born later on, you know, yeah, maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just sit here and hope that over 3 days they don't all starve to death. I have wheat. Nothing to do with it, though. Chestnuts. Oh, chestnuts got eaten. Whew, 1.5 days. 1.5 days. 1.5 days. What? And amount of water? Oh my gosh. They ran through my stores. The drought has ended, but will enough of them survive beyond this? Where's the water? It said the drought's over, but I don't see any water yet. Bruh. Bruh. We've got beavers dying of thirst. We've got beavers dying of hunger. It's just a hellscape. Oh, I just want the beavers to be okay. I really want this large water tank, but I think I want this windmill more, so let's make it happen, please. They're still dying of hunger. Oh my goodness. Please. Please eat food. There are berries. I thought there were berries. Why is no one eating the berries? Are they just taking care of too many tasks now that they can't take time to eat? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Please prioritize your food. Is the 10 a lie? Or is the population just too small that it can't, they're not doing any gathering? Why are they prioritizing this? Yep, nope, it's over. It's over. have 6 living adults, 5 living adults. The carrots aren't ready. And... oh! Carrots just became ready. Is this close enough? Can these 8 beaver bring us back to life? Oof, this is stressful. Now I have 7 beaver. 7. A bunch of wheat. But nothing to do with it because they aren't building the appropriate things. I don't have enough farmers. You still have guys dying of hunger? Oh. There's nobody working the water pumps? There's nobody working the water pumps? Huh. my goodness, wait, babies are being born. Okay, so things are looking a little bit brighter. If babies are being born, things are looking a little bit brighter. The real thing is, though, we didn't really make it out of this because the next drought will be coming soon. And it'll be worse than the last. Yeah, I have 3 days. These 9 beavers are not going to make it through the next drought. I'm not even... I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Yep, gotta call it quits on that one, because I was thinking about playing another round to try and see if I could maybe not have them all die of hunger and thirst in a drought like that. But, you know, I think that's for another day. Because it's already 11:30. So, I hope you enjoyed watching me play this game and struggle and laugh at the beavers a little bit, because they made some really cute noises. Did some crafting, so we'll see how that goes tomorrow. Yeah. I probably will not be making any like posts or anything to announce when I'm streaming. I should probably do that though. But I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Oh, great run. How, Sway? How? They all died at the same time almost. It was very sad. Now I have to figure out how I'm going to pack all these things to take them to the studio on Friday and then not panic about all the things. And then trying to figure out if I'm going to put my name on the earring backs or anything. Just because you cared all the way through it. Yeah, okay. I did care all the way through, and now I'm tired because I cared all the way through. Oh, man, seeing them die hurts. It hurts a little. Well, good night. I hope your Monday goes all right. I hope my Monday goes all right. Yeah, wow, yeah. My whole brain is fried. I gotta go to sleep now. Goodbye and good night.